Hello. Hello. So I think we are ready to start the stream. So we are ready to start the stream. Jani. Okay, so let's hop onto the flight deck then. Okay. So obviously welcome on board in this first leg of the dangerous airport tours. Thing is, I don't want the meter anymore. So can I download, delete that from the data? I can still not sure if I've deleted the meter. Okay, so we'll get it started. First connect on that same, IDEO. We have connected with the wrong aircraft, so aircraft type would be A350-941. It is Airbus A350-941. Right. Okay. Oh my god, the stream quality is so cooked. How to change the screen quality? Change the screen quality, I don't know. Anyone of you know that how to change the stream quality? Is it like 1080p or I'm not sure about the stream quality. So we're on board this beautiful aircraft by iniBuilds A350-900 and we are flying with the Air India livery. This is a greatly done aircraft. Features like state-of-the-art fly-by-wire controls as well. So let's hop onto the cockpit and get some going. So I have already imported my flight plan from the SimRiff. So we are flying with aircraft registration Victor Tango Juliet Romeo Bravo, Victor Tango Juliet Romeo Bravo, and from OPIS, that is the Islamabad to Pyongyang. So those are all imported over here. Now the load sheet, if we go, first thing first, we will remove the engine covers. Then ground is currently supplying power in the GPU trucks are currently powering the aircraft. So we'll just verify if the SimBrief profiles are loaded or not. Okay, yeah. So this is our flight plan. Now I am flying this aircraft for the first time, but let's see what happens. Flying this for the first time, so things can go wrong horribly. Just don't hope that something happens. So first things first, in Airbus, before loading the passengers, I would like to just engage the turn on the APU. So electric DC voltages are looking good, so I will just turn on the batteries. Now we'll go to the battery, electric page, to see the batteries are working. They are working. Okay, so now on the newer version, I think A350, they don't have 3 engine fire test buttons, so there's only featuring one button. So we'll just do the fire test. So engine 1 masters does illuminate, and discharge agent warnings are also showing. Engine 2 is also good, and APU fire warning is also showing. So fire test is successful, therefore we can actually turn on the APU right now. Do it. Just give me a minute. Okay. So we'll go to the APU bleed page. Now we'll start the APU. But first things first, we need to tune in on the frequencies. So actually we are flying on the IVO network, that is a online network that gives us ATC clearances. It's like a real life ATC, but the controllers are not available at all times, so therefore we can't, we have to fly in the Unicom airspace. Unicom is an uncontrolled airspace. I think in Karachi as well there is no one currently controlling the tower or the ground, so we have to fly on the Unicom. So with that being done, I'm just starting the recorder to review the flight later on. Volanta and the other recorder. Okay, now let's verify that we are on the Unicom frequency. So 12.8 is the Unicom frequency, and the guard frequency is actually 121.5. So we'll keep that on standby, and now pressing this button will switch it to the current frequency, the current VHF2 frequency. Now to listen those things, we also need to turn on the volume buttons. We'll transmit on VHF1 obviously, and we'll listen to VHF2. Now the flap lever is like click spot is restricting this button. So we'll also listen to the intercom cabin as well. Now we are transmitting on 122.8. So if you are connected on the IVO network, and if you are flying near like Karachi or Islamabad airspace, then you will be able to listen to me as well. I mean, when I make the call. Not making the call right now, but when I make the call, you will be able to listen. That's the general analogy or general idea of the network. If the controllers come, then you can also like listen to the controllers as well, or follow their instruction that they give. Okay, so we have tuned in on the frequency. Now let's go with the flow and first do the security checks. So safety and security checks. Parking brakes are on. The spoilers are restricted and the flaps are on to 0. That seems good. Now on the TCAS, WXR will turn that on, and Expedia system TCAS it can remain on. I don't know about the A350 completely, but on Airbus, the A320, we have to keep it on standby on the ground. I think it's on standby as well. Okay, so with that being done, we'll verify. I turn on the APU. Before turning it on, the low lights are already on. Beacon lights can turn off. Extra will turn that on later on. Okay, so master switch. Wait for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. I don't think that you have to also wait for 3 seconds on Airbus A350, but air flap open, so that will suck air into the APU. NGT is rising with that. N1 is also rising. Okay, so let the APU cook. Now we'll wait for 3 minutes. After that we'll turn on the APU bleed to supply air in the cabin. Okay, so with that, let's align the IRSs. Now doing things a little quick. So ADR1, ADR2 and then ADR3. On bat signal shows. Okay, now aligning IRS, that is good, and IRS will be aligned in less than 7 or greater than 7 minutes rather than greater than 7, now in 6 minutes. Okay, we can avail the APU. Nice. Is APU is available for us to use. So we'll go to elect page again. Now as far as I know, yeah, the bus 1, the APU is preferred by bus 1, so bus 1 will use APU power when available. It doesn't use the exterior 1 power, it just use the APU power, APU generators when they are available. And exterior 2 is supplied by the the bus 2 is actually supplied by the GPU 2, the ground power. So user can turn off the exterior 1 ground power, so I can disconnect. Now IRS is aligning, so with that going on, and we'll write down the flight parameters real quick. Now OPIS Oscar Papa India Sierra to ZKPY Juliet Kilo Papa Yankee, and departure time, I think we are already late as usual in Air India. Okay, 2035 and will be in around 0149 now. clock time is around 0542. We'll also write down zero fuel weight, the takeoff CG, takeoff ground weight, and the fuel. Let's see which runway they are using right now on Karachi, correction, Islamabad. I am just forgetting where I am taking off from. So dumb. So we'll go to flight radar 24. Just verify that the departure runway 10 right is currently in use by them. Okay, yeah, they are currently using runway 10 right. Seems like we are good to go via our departure runway 10 right. Now we'll see the NOTAM. That's not required, like, but still feels good to see the NOTAM as well. Departure airport OPIS nil. What the hell? Nothing. Seriously. Ha. Wow. Nice. Don't have to do anything. Okay. So I think we'll be also using runway 10 right for the departure. That is confirmed. So we'll use 10 right and via Bobam to Lima departure. Bobam to Lima departure. We'll also see the page and the charts. We'll just verify the charts a little bit later on. Currently we'll go to initialize the flight plan, so we have to also import in Ottoman FMS as well. I'm not sure if I go to I-90 page and company flight plan request, that would hopefully bring the flight plan from the SIMRIF company flight plan and just insert it. That brings the flight plan. Just verify AIC 911. That's the departure of Oscar Papa India Sierra, Islamabad to the destination Pyongyang alternate. That's somewhere around, I think, the Japan coast, somewhere around Japan, I think, or that may be on South Korea as well. Don't know, not sure about that. We'll see. So ZKPY, alternate route none, and cruise flight level is 390. Just verify the cruise. So cruise flight level will be 390, initially 390. Cruise temperature minus 56. Verify that a little bit later on. And cost index is 129, and trip wind. That can remain. After importing the wind, we'll just have the wind information as well. So it's not required right now. Now just verifying the cruise temperature. It's not the average temperature, still flight log, wind information, because our cruising flight level 390 minus 56, so seems about good. We also write down the flight level as well, 390 minus 56. Okay, now I think the RSS will be aligned. Nope, still not aligned. GPS position is not in a bit. Is aligning in 0 minutes, so it will align right now. Now we have already passed 3 minutes, so the ducts have warmed up, so we'll just turn on the APU. APU blade, sorry, section. It's like everything explaining is a little bit hard. Doing it on your own, like I will not follow any SOPs, but still I don't know about SOPs, to be honest. OPIS, we'll just input the departure. they input the departure after getting the clearance, but as there is nothing, no ATC, so I think we'll get the same clearance as well. So just input that 10 right, and our seat would be Bobam to Lima departure. Bobam to Lima, Bobam to Lima, that's one is over there. And runway would be 10 right, whites. Bobam to Lima departure, please, audio import. Okay, so temporary flight plan, insert that, nice. And after Bobam, I think we have got direct Bobam, no, via Juliet 131 to Gotko. So Gotko would be going to Gotko via airway. So via Juliet 131. Juliet 131. Okay, we have to also import enter now. To Gotko. Golf Oscar Tango Kilo Oscar. Golf Oscar Tango Kilo Oscar. Tap that one real quick and we'll import temporary. Okay, so we'll not like remove the discontinuity right now, we'll remove it later on stage and on our climb. Okay, so with that being done, we'll just verify the widths and then start our aircraft, start loading our aircraft. Now I don't have GSX obviously because like it costs money and can't spend that much on a piece of shit basically. I don't want to say it, but GSX is a little bit glitchy to be honest. SimBrief import, so we'll directly import it from the SimBrief now. Why my packs are not loading? Huh? Why the packs are not loading? Why it's showing 0 packs? We do have some passengers too. Packs are 303. So if I set 0 fuel weight and set fuel, will it load the packs as well? Let's see. 3865. So we'll take a little extra, not much, just a little. Let's take 38. That's 38.065 tons. So 38,065 tons. We'll take a little bit extra, round that one up to 38,100 tons. 100. Load the fuel properly because otherwise you'd find yourself very much less on the fuel. Okay, that seems to be loading our packs as well. Now I have loaded them instantly, but in real life obviously they can't load by instantly. I mean they just, cabin crew just loads them as it goes. It takes some time to load them. Okay, so 0 fuel weight is 17.512. We'll just write that down. 0 fuel weight 17. So 171. I mean not 17. It's 171.5 tons. Don't mess things up. If you take wrong weights and calculate the performance based on that wrong weights, you're gonna be cooked. Especially if you are putting the weights a little bit less, because your performance calculated would be very high. I mean you would be supposed to like take half of the runway, but you'd end up overshooting while the takeoff roll. Okay, fuel load is seemingly good. I think fuel 38.1, that is also in there. So we'll just write that down. Now our takeoff weight. So 0 fuel CG is 25.983. And our, where is the ground weight? I mean, after adding those two, we'll get the ground weight. That's the general analogy, as far as I know. Okay, so I'm very bad at maths. Just getting 171.5. That would be 38.1 plus 38.1. That would be around 209.6. So we round that one up to 210. 210 tons. Okay. So now we can actually calculate our takeoff performances. So we have to also input the runway and the other things. Can I synchronize it with the FMS? Yep, that does that thing. Okay, takeoff weight would be around 210 tons. So 210, and we'll synchronize. That also gives us our wind, outside temperature, and the QNH. Now in real world they also do sync. I don't know actually. I can't be sure. But one thing I know for sure is you can't send it directly to the FMS. You have to get the data and input that. I'm not sure about the A350 as well, but on the A320 they have to like get the data and input it manually on the FMS. That same, so V1 146, V-rotate 148, V2 153, flaps 1 plus 5, 1 plus F takeoff. Okay, so our D-rating, where is the D-rating? Where is the D-rating? I think this one is the D-rating. Engine out acceleration to 2007. I think it's around, I don't know, I mean on Islamabad, I don't know. Islamabad is also 1000 or something like feet high. Engine out speed would be plus 1000 upon the ground altitude, somewhere around that portion. So we'll verify them, but currently the main thing for us is the maxed allowable takeoff weight, that is 319.3 tons. Now in real life, as far as I know, they just get this weight based on the flight plan, because on the flight plan they would also get an estimated weight. But after loading the packs and the cargo manually, or like when they really loads to the aircraft, the takeoff weight gets to different. I mean the zero fuel weight and the fuel also shifts a bit, so therefore they have to recalculate. But here we have already loaded the aircraft, so we can just go and do all the things. So we'll just request the winds, company wind request. I just pressed insert history wind, was not intended. Okay. Okay, so I think we have the winds. Yep, we do have the winds. Okay. So IRS align completed, navigation primary, EOC, route uplink that we have done. Okay. Cleared everything. I was not intended to do it, but still can we do. Okay. So should we do a packs on takeoff? Packs are, air conditionings are on actually. Let's do a packs of takeoff. I want this thing, the flex temperature. Oh, flex temperature is coming up 59 degrees. Just to send it to FMS. I don't want to manually input that. Okay. Confirm the speeds. 146, 148, 153. Semi good. APU packs off, and we'll just take off with packs off. We will not turn APU. There would be no APU bleed takeoff. So takeoff shift. Takeoff shift is 0. Just input that. 0 and enter out of range. I think it seems to be 59. Acceleration and thrust reduction, altitude seems good, so we'd accelerate after reaching this altitude. Actually start to accelerate now. If we go to the charts, I'll show you the charts, but I will show it later on stage. I mean a little bit later on, because currently I am just a little bit confused about the speed constraints. Okay, so Bobam to Lima departure out of runway 10 right. That would be at page number 9. Just reviewing the charts and seeing if there's any altitude and speed constraint. Okay, so Bobam to Lima departure. So that would be initially to that I don't know of that waypoint. India Sierra 407. That is that is indeed in the chart. Always follow the chart. Okay, India Sierra 407, that one is just ahead of the runway, and we have to maintain max 210 knots at that particular place. So we'll go to the flight plan, just review that. 210 is also in there. Now evacs, no altitude constraint, nothing speed constraint. We'll see about the speed constraint a little bit later on. So after that, evacs to India Sierra 412, that is also in there, and we have to maintain above 8,000 at that particular waypoint, then go directly to Bobam. That would be 61.6 nautical miles from India Sierra 412, and we have a minimum altitude of flight level 200 at that particular waypoint, so that is also in there. Transition is 12,000, that is 12,000. So transition altitude is also same. So let's set the initial altitude at 8,000. As usual, we don't have any ATC, so ATC would give us the initial altitude, and in case of no ATC, we'll just set the first initial altitude. So we have to climb above 8,000, we just set 8,000 in our MCP. Okay, so that brings us to taking the current METARs. So now we can go to ATC com, not the checklist menu. I want to go to ATC com cell. Yep. Now we'll go to ATS, and now this thing actually requests the ATS. I don't know the source because I can't select it, so it can request it from anywhere. I think it's requested from SIM, the in-SIM, but I don't know actually. So we'll just type update all, and that would update every METAR of our departure, arrival, and as well our the diversion. So update all, pending request. Okay, so OPIS reported at 19:30. Current time is, what's the current time, dude? Current time is 19:55. It's around 19:30, so it's the correct one. But I think they would just update it like when we depart, when we are about to depart. They will update it to a latest meta. Okay, so just write it down initially. So OPIS 130 at 26 knots of wind. That's the wind information. 130 degrees, 26 knots. 4,000 meters. That's the visibility. TSRA winds, thunderstorm and rain, as far as I know. Okay, few cumulonimbus clouds at 030. That's 3,000. So we'll also write down TSRA. Now CB clouds at few CB at 030, scattered at 040. So you can expect bit of rain while we depart. Overcast at 10,000, 23 degree, 15 degree. QNH is, I think, 1004. 004. Temporary winds gusting from, this one is the temporary METAR. So as the weather conditions is fairly not good, therefore they have also given us a temporary METAR. That one seems to be 35. Okay, the visibility is reducing to 1,000 meters with TSRA and few CB clouds at 030. So the visibility condition is reducing actually. So we can expect a little bit of visibility loss during our departure, because like 1,000 meter visibility is, we have to follow the flight directors precisely. So okay, so we'll turn down the brightness a bit because it gets a little hard to actually see the PFD and the ND. You turn on the brightness full. Okay, so I think that is all done. So just go to our pre-flight initialization again, sorry, I-90 page again. Departure runway, that is also done. So now on the navets, we'll tune in the navets a little bit later on. Okay, let's tune it right now. So BTR viewer is already inserted, and in case of immediate return, we'll just land at runway 10 right. So we'd approach at 10 right. That is also in there, I think. That's the approach for 10 right. ISR 10 right. Let me verify that one real quick. Okay, Zulu, that one is India Bravo Alpha Papa 110.3, and final approach cruise is 098. So course would be 098. 098. Enter. We'll also tune in our immediate return on secondary flight plan, but just for now on, just go with the flow. And sec 1, now we'll just go to import, active, and go to flight plan. Now the departure is seemingly right. Now we'll make a custom waypoint. would be IS1 or make anything IS1. That seemingly doesn't do anything. I don't know how to import custom waypoints though, so let's get ourselves going with the don't have any engine out set, but that's okay, that's not a big issue. Let's do it manually then. Now we need the fix because surveillance, flight plan, I-90 page. That doesn't do it. Why the YouTube is showing this warning? Navigate. I forgot. Okay, so we'll go to flight plan. Now let's go to end and with Varna go to step altitude, insert. Nope, I don't want to do that. Forgot where to put in the fix. Is there anyone live right now? Nope, seemingly like there is no one right now live. Okay. So I don't know what to do about that because we need that like circle, that fix. Doesn't do any navigate. That will also not do the thing that I want. So you can see there is rain right now. You can see the rain. Okay, now on the climb we just set pre-selected speed, so we'd set just 240 knots. 240. Enter that. How to input the seat? Forgot. Some R in that would not do anything. Seems like I have to do something around here. I'm not sure what to do. Oh, fix flight plan info. There would be finding the fix info page. Yeah, that was what I want. Okay, so our departure is via Bobam to Lima departure. And we'd put in the fix around PTR viewer. So Bravo, Tango, where is Tango, Romeo, viewer, PTR, enter that. Radial, there would be two radials, so 0, 9 and 0, first one, enter. You can see now why I want to put in the fix. Okay, 140 minus 180, how much is it? 180, what, 240, and then 240 plus 80 seems like 320. There would be other. I will brief you why I want this one. So you see this circle? You can see this circle on the flight plan. Now the general idea is this is a 25 nautical mile circle around the airport. Now in this particular 25 nautical mile circle there is certain altitude that you have to keep. So if you stay inside the circle and keep that particular altitude, then you would be clearing the ground at least 1000 feet above. Okay. So on this sector, the MSA, the minimum sector altitude is 4200, and on this sector it is 7500. So for an engine out, we just fly straight ahead for 25 nautical miles, almost like 25 nautical miles, then turn for the downwind. I mean that would be a right hand pattern, but still, so standard is the left hand pattern, but would fly a right hand pattern for the engine out seat. So we'll just fly straight ahead, do our non-normal checklist, then the normal checklist, secure the engines, and then come back, fly the downwind, and come in to land on that particular runway that we have took off from. Okay, so that's why we need the fix. To see, it's not actually necessary for the particular departure, but it will get necessary when things arise or like there is a certain emergencies. That would be helpful to have that one. Okay, so everything is done, so we'll just do the flight deck preparation. So we'll go from bottom to top and from right to left. So wipers are off. We'll turn on the wipers a little bit later, but currently it can remain off. Fuel supply on. Flight control is looking good. Now we'll adjust the lights, so everything can remain in auto as far as the A350 goes. Just turn on the wing lights and we'll turn on the smoking lights. Now we are nearing our departure actually. Things will get really quick from here. No mobile, we'll turn that on, and emergency lights are actually armed. You can see this one is on. Good, the kick spot. Okay, nice. The blade is on, steer 2 is on, and we have loaded the fuel, so we'll just turn on the fuel tanks. I mean fuel pumps, not the tanks, fuel pumps. Okay, everything seeming good here. Now on the EFIS, so on the EFIS we'll set the QNH, so we'll go to set 1004, come on, you can do it. Yeah, that leaves everything. Landing gears are down. Now the triple needle is over here, so here you can see the accumulator pressure, the brake pressure or accumulator pressure, whatever you wanna call it. Okay, now we just verify the hydraulics as well, but we'll verify it after doing the flight deck preparation. So everything seems good here. We set the QNH 1004 on both the sides. So 1004 is set, and after that this thing is also verified. So landing gears are down and fans are off, anti-skid is on, spoil speed brakes are retracted, so everything seems good over here. Master switch are norm and engine start switches are on middle. Okay, seems good over here. On the right hand side, on the first avail side, flap seems up, and on the VHF 3 just record the PA, cabin and intercom as well. We can't listen to that as far as I know. On Airbus A320 we can't listen to that. A350 I don't know. Okay, now verify the engine oil pressures before turning on the engine. So we'll go to the engine page and and there is no oil quantity. To see it, we have to turn on the FADACs. So FADACs are somewhere around here, I think. We also need to verify the battery voltages, verify that they are above 25.5 or something. Okay, now let's turn on the FADAC. That will bring the engine display, so we can see the oil quantity at the engines. Okay, that brings the engine display, so it's above 18.7. I think the limit is somewhere around 15 or something like that, 15 or something quart, so that is above 15. So that is all verified. Now we'll turn off the FADAC. I think that FADAC also turns off automatically, but we'll just make sure that we turn off that. Okay, we will verify the hydraulic fuel quantity, so they both are on green. Nice. Now fuel, verify that we have enough fuel, almost 38.1 tons. So both total would be around 38.1 fuel on board. 38.1 seems good. Now we go to analytic page again and we load, input the loads. So we'll just input the loads. Average is all done. We'll just go to fuel and load, and now input the load. So zero fuel weight is 171.5. 171.5. Enter that. Zero fuel CG is 25.93. 25.93. Enter. Block fuel. I want to depart during the rain. It would be a little bit visually appealing. 38.0. Get that. And packs number are I think 303 or something like that. Go to load shift. Packs are 303. Done. Okay. So route reserves are around 7.1 tons. So 7.1. And that brings everything. Okay, now we are good to go. So we'll go, have done everything on the INIT page. Now company takeoff request. We don't need to do this, but we don't need to do this, to be honest. So flight plans are verified. This is the direct page. Do not go into that right now. On the surveillance page, you see our squawk is 2000, and on standby, ADSB traffic is off right now. We turn it on while we are taxiing. Before the taxi. It seems like everything is good, so we'll just press and hold the recall to see if any warning comes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and everything seems to be normal. Okay. So we'll just go and disconnect the ground power. Verify if all the doors are closed. So everything is closed. Closed all the doors and exits, and we can now remove the chokes as well. Now we are actually ready for the pushback. So as I have already said, I don't have GSX, but if I did have GSX, then I'd have been using that, but I'm broke, so I can't afford that. I can only afford airplanes, not the GSX. Okay, so seems like everything is done over here. Just verify. Everything is done over here as well. Okay, so let's see if there's any traffic right now, because with traffic it would be much more crazier. Oh, okay, no traffic, so we don't need to make calls. Nice, that seems good. So we're ready for the departure. So let's brief you about the departure. Seems like we have to also do it, so just why not do it right now. So just opening up my browser. So yes sir, this one is the charts. Okay, now we are taking Bobam to Lima departure out of 10 right. So there you can see 10 right, that gonna be the runway. And first let's go to the ground charts, or like just brief you about the taxi. Okay, so we are somewhere around the southeast apron at gate number 25. I think it's 5. Yeah, 05. Okay, so we are at 5 southeast apron, gate number 5. So gate 5 southeast apron. Now we'll depart from here, push back from here and face on the east direction. No, not on the east, it should be on the west, because this one is the west direction, this one is the east direction. So we'll push back, face west. So push, I'm just writing it down, push, face west on November. So we'll be facing November then. Now continue taxiing via November and enter Kilo. So November Kilo, then taxi via Kilo all the way, cross the state apron and everything, and then via Kilo we'd enter Alpha, cross runway 10 left, and hold short at Alpha 10 right for the departure. So we do like this, push back, then continue taxi via November Kilo, taxi via Kilo, cross runway 10 left, and then hold short at this particular point. We'll be taking the full runway today. We're not going to do any intersection takeoff. I've calculated it for a full runway. Okay, now for the departure seat is actually full form of standard instrument departure. So we'll be following our instruments, therefore our departure would be in this particular route. So it would be just same as this route. We would cross these particular waypoints and not go anywhere else other than that. Okay, so SID is actually 10 from 10 right, starts from 10 right. Now track the runway heading 098 to India Sierra 407. There is altitude, a speed constraint of 210 knots at India Sierra 407. That would be just straight ahead of the runway. Now then turn right towards India Sierra Bravo Alpha X-ray waypoint. There is no speed and altitude constraint over there. But after turning left towards India Sierra 415, I think there is a restricted zone somewhere around here, therefore they have like this type of set, or like this type of departure from this airport. So India Sierra 412 at 8,000, we climb above 8,000. So then after India Sierra 412 directly to Bobam, that would be at flight level 200. So we would be climbing and crossing this particular flight level. That is also already inserted at our flight plan as well. So that is our departure briefed. Okay. Now any non-standards or any particular things that we have to take notice of? Yes, because there's raining, so we have to as the conditions have changed for the runway, therefore we have to take the runway condition as wet. So runway conditions will go to wet and compute based on that and send that directly to FMS. Now as we are flying from the first officer side, we'll tune the go to the pre-flight page and we'll set it to the takeoff configuration on the FMS 1 side. So captain would be seeing the takeoff performances, and on the first officer side we'll be seeing the waypoints or the flight plan. Okay, so we'll be flying like that. On the real life they just switch it because like you need the takeoff performance, these particular speeds as closest to you, because USB pilot flying, the captain would do like directs if he gets anything direct, or like he will manage the flight plan on himself because he would be contacting to the ATC. So we don't need to do that, but as we are flying on the, I mean it's a single cockpit environment, so we'll do that way. Okay, now as we have done everything, so let's get ourselves going. So before that, let's just welcome our passengers. Hello passengers, this is your first officer speaking for the flight deck. Very welcome on board in this Air India flight 911 from Islamabad all the way to Pyongyang. Our total flight time for today is around 5 hours and 42 minutes, and we will be cruising at an altitude of flight level 3990, which is 39,000 feet. After the departure, we will be climbing towards our cruising altitude of flight level 3990, that is 39,000 feet. And for the departure, please remain seated, fastening your seatbelts during the entire departure. And once we climb to a safe altitude, we'll turn off the seatbelt signs and the cabin crew will start to serve you onboard meals and beverages. I hope that you will enjoy the flight. Current weather outside of Islamabad is looking like we got a few bit of rain, as we can see from the windows, and the current winds are around 26 with 4 kilometers of visibility and a temperature of 23 degrees centigrade. So it's a pretty bit pretty much cloudy and rainy weather overall, but I mean as we get the clearance, we'll just climb and you'll be seeing that the rain is gone once we climb to a certain altitude. So with that being said, just sit back, relax and enjoy the flight, and welcome again, and thanks for flying with Air India. So with that, our departure, our PA is done, so we will just push back, start the pushback. Okay, so disconnect the tug. I think it's already connected. We'll just turn off the parking brakes, and that would bring the pushback truck or the pushback. So let's tell the traffic. Islamabad traffic, Air India 911 pushing back facing west on November from gate 5, Islamabad traffic. So why haven't we started pushback? Oh no, now I started pushback. Set the loudspeaker volume all the way to middle. We don't want to tear our ears, obviously. Okay, now we'll go to the where is that? Engine page? Engine? Yep. We want to see that. Okay, now after crossing the red, where is the red? Seems like we can't find the red. It's so dark. Okay, so wait. Go inside. Clear to start engines in sequence 1 then 2. So starting engines in sequence 1 then 2. Now on Airbus A320 you have to start engine number 1 then engine number 2, but in A350 I think they do it on 1 then 2. First start the left engine then the right engine. Left is on the captain side and the right one is on the first officer side. Okay, let's start turning first. Oh no, we are turning on the wrong side. I mean, just disconnect the truck, then we'll just do it manually. We'll turn manually and enter November. Okay, so monitor the engine pressures. Ignition switch B was active. Now when the avel light shows, we'll start engine number 2 as well. Avel is showing, so we'll start engine number 2. Now let's also, it's a great time to turn on our transponder as well. Turn on the transponder, TRA, and it is with traffic on. Let's see the localizer. Vertical vectors. Okay, with that done, we'll ask the cabin crew. Oh, I forgot to turn on the beacon. This is why you always make sure that you do everything as per as the checklist. Okay, so we'll set the speed brakes and the trim once we get ourselves going. Trim is automatically adjusted on A350, so we don't need to worry about that. Just to verify if the doors are all armed. Yep, they are all armed. Seems good. Okay, so now as we have the engines, we can turn off the equip lead, and we can also technically turn off the, now we will turn on the wing, the nose lights. I do. Why it is not turning on? The click spots are so rubbish. Oh my god. Mobile on. That can also remain on auto. Now we have our front illuminated. Okay. So with that we'll just turn off the APU. Just verify if everything is properly tuned. Okay, I think so. So we'll go to our flight plan. Now let's get ourselves going. Increase the thrust. And the aircraft started rolling. Don't get thrust above 40% N1. Because that would increase the taxi speed. But that will also going to ingest small rocks that would be present on that taxiway and damage the engines. Okay, so we'll go to Now they also do a landing, before landing calculations, before departing. I mean, we'll try to make that one as well. Let's see. Okay, first things first, advise the cabin, do the takeoff checklist. Cabin is advised, arm the ground spoilers, flaps, V1 for the takeoff. This one is November, continue taxiing via November and enter kilo. This one is the kilo, that's straight parallel to the runway. Islamabad traffic, Air India 911, taxiing via Kilo, Alpha, cross runway 10 will hold short at Alpha runway 10 right, Islamabad traffic. Still the other aircraft, and we are currently taxiing too fast. Turn on the auto brake and cabin. Okay, let's do a landing calculations. So landing weight would be the same. Landing weight is 180 tons. 180. So we'll make sure that we calculate the same. Synchronize FMC. Synchronize SimBrief. Synchronize. Why it's not importing weathers? 00. The same problem is happening, so I have no, it's good. So we are almost approaching. So we'll just make the calculation based on ISR 1013 QNH. Temperature would be 15. 15. Yep, that's what we want. Compute. And that seems to be, we would be able to stop. Okay, now add the thrust. So we have done our landing pre-flight calculations as well. Now as briefed, there would be nothing changing. We have already briefed our departure. Turn on the wipers. On the departure they just turn off the wipers, but on taxi we can keep them on. Okay, now it's gonna be a packs of takeoff, so we will turn off the packs. And that will bring the cockpit so silent, but can't do anything much about that. Okay, now take off config, 723, and there is no blue. Okay. So visibility would be reduced to 1 kilometers. So it would be finding us much more difficult to see anything. Now, there is no traffic present right now on the TCAS. Just verify that there is no traffic currently approaching the approach area. We can't see anything outside, so we have to rely on our TCAS. Okay. So with that verified, just turn on the terrain, and it's on T only. That seems to be good. But now we also turn on the WXR radar. Now we'll set it to system 2 as we are flying from the first officer side. Just verify if everything is on. Seems like this. Seems like it. So we have everything as on. We'll go to flight plan then. And just depart as we have briefed. Okay, so let's get ourselves going, shall we? Islamabad traffic, Air India 911 crossing runway 10 left. Now it's a good time to turn on the landing lights. We have crossed the runway, and now turn off the windshield wipers. Backs are already off, and we have everything checked. So we'll start the chime. And get us going. Okay. So parking brakes off, and let's tell other traffic. Islamabad traffic lining up Air India 911 lining up runway 10 right, departure via Bobam to Lima departure out of runway 10 left. After line up, we'll just take off via Bobam to Lima departure. Maintain the set to 8000 initially. Islamabad traffic. Okay. That was not like what I was hoping for, but still we have made the call. Make sure that we made the call. Okay, so let's enter. Increase the thrust. Okay, lineup checklist, approach area clear, see on the TCAS. Takeoff, no blue. And left is clear as well. So make sure that we use the full runway. Now we have lined up our aircraft. So 40% in one. Stabilized. Set takeoff thrust. Man flex 59 SRS runway auto thrust blue. And we are on the takeoff roll. Just maintain the center line. At least try to maintain it. And seeming like we have some winds.
V1.
V1, rotate. Continuous pitch and follow our flight directors. Don't want to pitch that much. Follow the flight directors now. Lot of wind. It was quite expected, to be honest. We are still inside the overcast layer. Keep in mind that would be at that would end at flight level 100, which is 10,000 feet. We haven't crossed that. Speed check. Laps up. We can actually engage the autopilot, so let's engage the autopilot. So as we are flying from the first up inside, we'll engage autopilot too. Okay. Now set the thrust to thrust decline. Thrust climb, climb. Altitude 8,000. Lap green. Now we'll turn off the packs. Ourselves towards our closing altitude of flight level 390. You can see we are hitting quite a bit of rain. I forgot to detect the landing gear. I was so focused to fly the flight directors at that particular time. Okay, we can detect the ground spoilers as well. Keep the landing lights on. Now if you go outside and see weather, can't see anything on the ground. Can't even see anything on the ground. So quite a bit of weather. Let's get onto the cockpit. Okay, approaching India Sierra Bravo Alpha X-ray, so the plane will start to turn right from here. Just monitor if everything is getting along nice and smoothly. Climbing, and I think we have just crossing about 7,400. Okay, transition is I think 12,000, so it should not blink right now. I think I have the transition wrong in the page. Yeah, so transition 11 is set to wrong. Okay, so that is okay. That's not a problem. We'll switch to the Q&A settings once we get to we cross 12,000 feet. We'll set it to 1013 on the standby. Okay, crossing 9,000. Okay, let's tell the other traffic. So Islamabad traffic, Air India 911 climbing, crossing 9,500 for flight level 390, inbound 4.9 nautical mile, India Sierra 412. It continue via Bobam after crossing India Sierra 412. Crossing 10,000, so we'll be exiting the cloud area. You can also see that. I've also come far from the Islamabad vicinity as well. Climbing really good. Now there would be a little bit of like Himalayan mountains coming up on our north. I mean, there will be some mountains. You can also see it on our NT as well. So we zoom out a bit. There would be some mountains on the northeastern side. So there you can see them. So we have to at least be at crossing 20,000 at Obam to like not collide with those mountains, to climb far above them. We are still facing some rain. Okay, now we can actually turn off the landing lights as well. So with that, sequence signs can go to auto, no smoking can go to auto. Sorry, no smoking can remain on because we don't want the passengers to smoke cigarettes in the cabin. As usual, having a onboard fire would be much more crazier. There are 37 knots of crosswinds coming up right now. No smoking is on. Seems like good. Now, let's do the PA again as we have crossed 10,000. Hello passengers, this is you first officer speaking for the flight again. I hope that you enjoyed the takeoff as you guessed. As I have said that there would be brains, and you was also able to see the gusty rain and the winds during our departure. Currently we are climbing through 17,000 feet, and we'll continue our climb towards our cruising altitude of flight level 390, which is 39,000 feet. But as we have passed the minimum safer altitudes for the seatbelt signs, we will turn off the seatbelt signs by now on, and the cabin crew will start to serve you on good meals and beverages. I hope that you will enjoy rest of the flight. We'll keep you informed about any pending weathers on our way. But as far as now, just remain remain seated, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Thank you. That was also not what I was supposed to do, but still. Okay, now let's see what weather we can expect on our way. So we go down a bit. We're crossing this area. So this is currently what we are right now. So this particular area extends up to flight level 380. So we are currently climbing. So once we climb at flight level 390, then we're gonna escape this particular weather zone. So that's extend this particular zone extends up to flight level 380. So once we climb above 380, we'll be clearing that. And on the two extends that this particular zone extends up to flight level 320. So I would be cruising at flight level 390, so that's not for our concern. As we are well past the transition, so therefore we need to set it on the standard. QNH on the standard. Standard is 1013, so it's taking ISA conditions. That is International Standard Atmospheric Conditions. Okay. That's taking the QNH as 1013.25. Taking it round up to 1013. Standard QNH is 1013. So it's taking the QNH as 1013 and measuring the altitude based on that pressure. Would be not able to see anything. If this was daytime, you would be able to see beautiful mountainous views over at 12 o'clock. Somewhere around here, all the way extending to the horizon. I mean, we would be able to see those beautiful mountainous views all the way like this particular spot. But as we are flying in night time, so therefore we can't see anything. You can actually see them a little bit. So there's a snow-covered mountain over somewhere around there. Just decrease the brightness a bit. Why does this doesn't work? Now it's much better. This is much better. So as I have briefed, this particular zone 1 extends up to flight level 380. So once we climb to flight level 390, we would be much above that particular weather zone. So once we climb to flight level 390, we would be like cruising smoothly. And this particular zone is at flight level 320. You can see them. Actually, like it's so small that you can see, but as I have opened the flight plan on my screen, on the second screen, so therefore I can see it. So this zone actually extends to flight level 320. So once we climb to same flight level 390, it would be much above that zone. So would be not facing that as well. So no weather except that. So let's do a weather. Do a PA again. Hello passengers, this is the first time speaking again for the flight deck. Currently we are still climbing towards our final cruising altitude of flight level 390, but we have current weather information on our en route. So currently we can face a little bit of winds and wind gust during our initial climb, but once we cross flight level 380, which is 38,000 feet, we're much above those particular weather scenarios. So once we climb and cross 38,000 feet, so we'd be sailing smoothly over to our destination. We'll keep you informed about any weather which would be happening, or which is currently not informed, but like weather scenarios can change, so we'll be keeping you informed about them. So until then, this is seated, and the cabin crew will, I think, now have already started to serve you on board meals and beverages. So enjoy them, and we'll be keeping you informed about the weather. Thank you. Okay. So flight level 370, and we have crossed Bobam well above flight level 200, which was the limit for the Bobam. So flight plan Bobam, and the limit was flight level 200 or above, so we are much above that limit. And there's our top of climb arriving. I'm preferring this climb rate right now. I'm not preferring the speed, or else like I would have also increased the speed, but I'm not currently focused on the speed because we have to climb above those mountains, and I want to prefer the climb rate more than the speed right now. Just climb towards and cross flight level 300, 30,000 feet, and then we can start increasing our speed. Now we are facing those mountains. You can see actually, yeah, those snowy covered mountains from here. Now, as you have guessed, I generally don't go outside and like to show you all those other views, but with time goes, I would be also setting up those views as well. I'm just little not like too comfortable to go outside while the plane flies itself. I just likes to monitor the PFD, the ND, and all the stuff, flight parameters, to see and recognize if anything goes wrong. That feels like much more realistic to me. And there you can see those mountains. We're actually in the mountainous region right now. Sorry, the seatbelt signs can go off now. I think we won't be facing any weather scenarios right now. And as I have turned off the seatbelt signs, we are facing some turbulence. That seems quite bad luck. You can see those mountains. Oh, they are so good. And these are the clouds that I was talking about. So they extend all the way to flight level 380. These are the clouds I was talking about. Currently just shy of 30,000. Climbing towards 31,000. I have actually forgot to show you the replay. Data is seemingly very wrong right now. Just turn off the OPIS. Flight informations. Don't need that. We are in the cruise right now. So yeah, guys. Oh, there is one dude that have texted me. Dude, I am very sorry, dude. I forgot to reply. I was so focused on the departure actually. Like it's my first change, so therefore like I was too focused on the departure. I will follow you guys like what you are saying on the chat as well for next time. As this was my first one, therefore like I was too focused on the departure. Like I don't want to like miss things, so I was too focused on the departure. No, sir, I am not flying Poland. I mean, I also sometime I also turn it on, but right now I am not flying on Poland, sir. I'm just flying on IVO and VATSIM, that's all. Both are connected actually. And my call sign on VATSIM was actually occupied. The particular call sign Air India 911 was particularly occupied by another dude was flying with Air India 911 my call sign, so I have to modify it to Air India 911 Bravo. You can also see like we are facing quite a bit of turbulence that I have already told you while crossing these mountains, as we have right not now climbed to that level. We have not crossed 38,000 feet. We are facing quite a bit of turbulence right now. I'm just little bit nervous right now. So this is the first time that I'm streaming, so I'm a little bit nervous of how thing goes. So one thing that I would like to inform, or like I would like to mention, is actually you don't see this panel. This is the mode control panel as far as I know, or something like that, but you doesn't see that. You instead see your PFD, what the modes are. So we are on thrust decline, climb is green, and we are on altitude, and we'll be capturing the cruise altitude once we climb to flight level 390, and navigation is green. So we verified that the mode is okay, and facing quite a bit of turbulence. Now I am keeping the terrain radar on, as like I have already told you that like we would be crossing quite a bit of mountains from like this particular spot. On the northern side, we are crossing through the northern side of Pakistan, so therefore there is quite a high mountains over there. It's like almost on the Tibetan plateau. It is quite high. You can also see those mountains, like see them. We are at almost like 37,000 feet, and we can also I mean that looks like we are gonna collide with that. Like it is crazy how tall those mountains are in this part of the world. It's just crazy to like imagine the height of those mountains. We are already crossing flight level 380, so now slowly we would exit any bit of turbulence or any bit of weather. So once we climb to flight level 390, first verify that there is no like turbulence, and then we'll turn off the seatbelt signs as well after that. We are nearing our cruising altitude. So we will now go to the Mach number. And then after that I will go AFK for a bit, because like it's almost like 5-hour long flight, so can't stay for that long. If it's a short flight, then would be well observing the cockpit at all times. Okay, facing quite a bit of turbulence still. Seatbelt signs can remain on. Seatbelt signs can remain on. Now we'll go directly go and insert the direct. You can see how much the speed is fluctuating. It's like, these mountains are crazy. And I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't know why the FMS created a circle around Vodko, but it seems like it created that circle, so we'll just go direct to the next waypoint, Kupa. Direct. Okay, we have already crossed that Gulko waypoint, therefore like when I like tapped direct to Gulko, therefore like it the airplane started to backtrack and go and then fly over it of Gulko, then come back to Kupa. Therefore the airplane was turning. This is why you should always stay in the inside of the cockpit to verify if your plane isn't doing something, is doing something that it doesn't supposed to do. Just to verify if all the modes and the plane is doing everything correctly. Okay, quite a bit of turbulence. Let us climb to actually flight level 410. Tap that, thrust, declimb, open climb, alt, flight level 410. Seems good. Facing quite a bit of tailwinds, it seems. We would be crossing these high mountains in about 80 nautical miles. Then I think we'll be finding ourselves much more easier to cruise, because still there is quite a bit of turbulence. So as I have said that this particular zone, let me show that to you, this particular zone actually extends all the way to the China. So this is almost like crossing of Pakistan, that's the ending of Pakistan, and this is like almost to the like Tibetan plateau, like it's surrounding the whole Tibetan plateau. So like I just want to avoid this part of the weather, so therefore like I'm climbing as much as I can, because this extends to almost flight level 380. This particular zone, almost this weather almost extends to flight level 38,000 feet. So I'm just climbing as far as I can and as far above as I can to flight level 380. Now the thing is, once we have switched to the standard QNH, we call the altitudes as flight level. So as I am on the standard, I have to call the altitudes as flight level. Okay, they are facing quite a bit of turbulence. Cabin crew will not serve you onboard meals and beverages anyway during this time. They're not gonna serve you on good meals and beverages. That's completely upon them as well. I'm not going to climb anything above this, and after exiting this particular zone, then I'll just descend to my original cruising altitude, which is flight level 390, 39,000. As far as I know, Asobo haven't fixed the weather radar, so therefore we can't use the weather radar. I'm just not sure about the weather radar, if it will show you the right thing or not. Now it has started to turn to Hotel Tango November VOR. Don't know what it is called, but let's see what it is called, what the VOR is called. So we'll go to flight log. Gopa, climb, Gotko, Pura. Hotel Tango November is inside of I think it's Urumqi FIR. So I think it's inside of the Chinese airspace, and it's called Bhutan. You are now let's check the fuel. So we are almost crossing Purba, correction. We are almost crossing Purba. So our estimated fuel on board would be 31.8 tons. So let's see how much fuel we'll do have. 31.6 tons right now. 31.8 and we have 31.6. So like we are short of 200 kgs right now. That is well manageable. It is well within the limit. One thing that I forgot to do is the flight control check. That is why you need to follow the procedures. You need to do the checklist. Make sure that you do everything. So fuel, we are Yeah, so we are almost at 31.5 tons. So as I have already said that we was supposed to be at 31.8 tons and we was at 31.6. Now in real life they also write that down, so they will write that down how much fuel that they actually had at that particular waypoint. So we would be writing 31.6 over to this waypoint as well. In simulator we can't do that, there's certain limitations. It is made that way just to be sure that you'll be having enough fuel all the way toward your destination. 200 kg doesn't matter that much, and we have taken a little bit extra as well, that's why, because I have already said that it's my first stream, so I was a little bit nervous during the departure. I mean, once I get used to the streams, then I'm finding it much more easier for me to just explain those things to you guys. I actually don't like to explain stuff, but the explanation is for me actually. So with that, enjoy those views. Okay, we have moon, half moon. Over to our 3 o'clock. Not 3 o'clock, that's somewhere around 2 o'clock. So, smooth sail. I think so. So, turn off the signal signs now. So let me go have some sleep and then I will come back. So you can watch the stream as well. Remain watching the stream. Engage autopilot 1 and see why that fault have occurred. Last let discontinue ahead. Okay. Seems like everything is working. switch to our nav. We can clear that. It's just as we are going outside of the cockpit for a little bit, so therefore just want to make sure that the plane remains flying on the autopilot. Much more willingly engage the captain side as well. Fly on the captain side like that. Let's just turn down the brightness, but still we don't need to do that because we'll be landing at daytime. We don't need to actually do that. I have the dome lights at full. Generally they just take off with this kind of configuration. They take off with this kind of lighting, or this kind. Just a little bit of the floodlight, and then a little bit of more. This seems like good. This seems like much more realistic. So they take off with this kind of lighting, but in simulator this does look very dark, so I tend to keep the dome lights on. It is not on the full, but a little bit. If we engage autopilot 2, will we get the same warning? Oops, not getting the same warning. Autopilot 2 is still engaged, but still we'll try with autopilot 1. Not gonna risk it. So almost approaching Hotel Tango November. Let's descend to our original cruising altitude at level 390. And what's the next altitude that we want to fly at? So at level 390 to it would be also like level 390 as well. Disregard this. We will be flying at flight level 390 all the way. We see flight level 390. We are flying at flight level 11,000. 1190, then the plane can't climb that much, to be honest. And we are facing a bit of turbulence. Okay. Yeah, better 410 was much more smooth. But still. get current weather at our destination so that we can expect a little bit of what we will be getting. So update all. Pending request. And our destination gives wind at mile per second, not in knots. Is giving in mile per second, so we have to convert it on knots. We'll do that later on stage. Kappa +1 -02, so little bit it's below 5 degrees, so we'll be making sure that we use anti-icing. UNH1022, no sick we can change. So reported at 1902. Current time it is 21:31. Oh, it's of 31st, so it's very old. They have not changed it, as we can expect in North Korea. I don't plan to fly, to be honest, over there. As this tour goes, we have to fly over there. Actually, the thing is that in this kind of like airports where, like in North Korea for example, it's much more restricted, so like even more restricted than some like Arabian countries, so they just tend to not publish their own documents. Even if there's like simple weather information, they just don't like to update and publish them regularly. In other part of the world, they just update the metas in like 30 minutes, if not that in 1 hour for sure. But those part of the world, they're just so restricted that it doesn't bother to update the meta. That sucks, but we can't do much about that. As the tour progresses, we have to fly in there. The next legs would be fine. The next legs are much more good. So let me have some sleep and we'll come back. Current time here is almost 3 a.m. so I will go sleep for like 2 hours and then I will come back. Now the viewers, if you are watching, you can stay. I would be streaming all the way, so you can stay and like come and visit the channel, see what's the progress. But it would take almost like 3 hours for our top of descent to arrive right now. Let me tell how much time it's gonna require. So top of descent, that would be the TOD. Where is our TOD? Where is our TOD? Look, where is our TOD? Descent is somewhere around here, and ZKPY is around 22:02. Current time is it doesn't seem good. What the hell? Oh, I forgot. Can I even say? around 21:35, so I don't think it's giving us proper time. Seems to be alright. No, it's not calculating the time properly. Not calculating the time properly. See that on our secret flight plan. Pop-up descent. TOD, where is TOD? Somewhere around TOD. Probably somewhere around 4 hours and 44 minutes into our flight. But still the time is very much long. It would take almost like 4 hours to arrive. And we are facing quite a bit of tailwinds as well, so that would reduce our time. Let me go have some sleep and I will come back. Seems like this position is good to leave the camera AFK. With that done, just go. looks like we have 1 hour and 20 minutes in our flight. That seems quite good. Okay. Now just increase the brightness a bit. Without increasing brightness, you won't be able to see anything. Let's review the charts. So OPIS, our destination is ZKPY, Juliet Kilo Papa Yankee. Now we don't have any winds. Okay. So let's do an update on quoted at 31 31st 1907. So this report is very old, so we can't use that. What should we do? Let me open up Windy and see what we can do. So if I open the browser, now windy ZKPY, so our destination, Pyongyang International, and there's no META as you can see, and there's no TAF as well. So we won't be needing that anyway. We just want to see which runway currently in use. So if I tap around the vicinity, there's 3 knots coming from southwest direction. So that means that we're gonna land into the wind. So there's 2 runway 35 and runway 17. So if we are coming in at the runway 17 end, we'll be facing into the wind that we always want. We don't want tailwinds. So if we land at runway 35, then we'll be facing tailwinds. So therefore, we're planning for runway 17 arrival. Okay. So, very good. There is also ILS available at runway 17 side. That seems good. As far as I can see, I would like to exit via Delta, if not then via Foxford. So Delta or Foxford, and our exit point would be on our left. So we have to vacate the runway on the left hand side. Both will give us a taxi via hotel. So Delta, then hotel, gate number 1, parking at 1 in terminal 2. you see, there's also these ETC timings are all messed up. Okay, we'll do a field check at Gordon. So Gordon. We have gonna be at 14.3 tons of fuel. And we have 15.2. That seems we haven't burned so much. We'll be saving some fuel for the arrival. Sounds quite good. So let's see which arrival we have got in the chart. So on the route I have also got runway 17 for the arrival. So arrival is via SAS 11 Alpha. You see that on arrival on the chart real quick. SAS 11 Alpha, that's on page number 3. SAS 11 Alpha. Okay, so we have marked the charts. Max speed, alt, nav, both are good. Always look at the FMA. Don't look what this panel is set to. Always verify the modes with the FMA. Mach number, so that will get us to the particular Mach number that is we have set. So decimal 850. Maintain the altitude, that is 3990, and navigation. So lateral navigation, it will maintain, and autopilot 1 is currently engaged. Now I can switch to autopilot 2 as we are on the flight deck as well, because we will be flying from the first officer side for the approaches. Okay, so with that being done, let's do the landing calculations. Now, what would be our fuel on board for the arrival? Fuel on board is 14.8. We'll see how much fuel we're gonna have at our destination. So let's input first our approach. We're gonna have much more correct estimation. So there would be 17 for that engine. I'm gonna show you the charts in just a minute, but right now just let me first input the arrival. Approach ILS runway 17. Transition could actually be let me see, Papa Yankee 433. Nope, not gonna use that. The arrival would leave us on the left hand side of the actual runway. Okay, so it leads us to Papa Yankee 434. Now we're gonna set that waypoint, Papa Yankee 434. And star is nothing. Why it's not giving us any star? So wait. We have to manually input the star, then so be this. So wait. So we do have Sasri. That seems quite good. Then Sasri, there is speed and altitude constraints. So at Sasri, go to the constraints. Sasri speed constraint is 250 knots. So then put that to maintain 240. Have to be at 7,900. Insert that. Now we'll go to flight plan view. Was actually we're entering these waypoints. Now after Sasri, we're gonna fly downwind of the runway. So after Sasri, we're gonna go to Papa Yankee 6, Papa Yankee 6 to 1. So insert next point. I'm gonna just type in Papa Yankee 6 to 1. Enter that. That would lead us to our next waypoint, Papa Yankee 621. Seems good. So now inserting the next one, that is Papa Yankee 434. That is already inserted, Papa Yankee 434. So insert temporary. And please remove the flight plan discontinuity. Here, insert, and that would leave us right on our track. So you can see Sasri, then directly to Papa Yankee 621, this waypoint. Will be flying downwind after that. So this one is the downwind, and runway would be on our right. So then turn right again at Papa Yankee 434 and then line up on the localizer. So we'll be lining up on the localizer, activate the approach and then land. Now the constraints. So at Papa Yankee 621 we have a speed constraint of 230 knots or below. So Papa Yankee 621 would be at 230, please. Return. And altitude constraint is 5,000, so we have to be at 5,000 in Papa Yankee 621. So at 5,000. To the destination data, it seems like we have the proper flight plan. Okay, so we'll go to I-90 page again, not the I-90 web page again. Now for the approach, we'll be setting the winds. So winds would be coming from south, so we'll be setting just about the proper direction, 360. General direction, not the correct, proper direction. This general direction that we have seen on the windy. That would be 180 mid-wind. Yeah, now it's fine. Okay, so outside temperature 10 degrees centigrade. Then and as it's below ISR, so ISR temperature is 15 degrees centigrade, and as it's below ISR, therefore the QNH should be a little higher than expected as far as I can tell. So 1013 hectopascals is the ISR QNH. So we'll take a little bit extra than that and set it at 1015 hectopascals. Now minimums we are a category C aircraft. So for the localizer out it's 690, and for the, if we have the localizer indeed, we would be using it. Let me see if the localizer is available. There's no NOTAM. The localizer sometimes are in maintenance. I don't know about they also like publishes NOTAMs or not. So destination airport, detailed info. And antenna erected at 4,000 meters of runway 19 height threshold. Extended altitude 90 meters. Okay. So it seems like doesn't have any NOTAMs regarding them. I mean regarding any glide slope or localizer in operation. So it seems like everything will be good for the arrival as well. Okay, so we will be using the minimums for the ILS with glide slope guidance. So that would be barrow minimums at 289. Now we want to make sure that we don't cross that particular altitude, we don't pass that particular altitude. So we'll take a little extra, around 329. So we'll take plus 40, 29 plus 40, that would give us 329 feet of the minimums. And we'll be landing at config full because I want to stop as soon as possible so that I can take the delta exit. That would reduce our taxi time. Not much, but reducing taxi time is the key. Okay, so landing weight calculated is around 180.7. Just verify that. So our fuel at our destination would be 9.2 tons calculated. So destination 9.2. Zero fuel rate was 171.5. So if we make the calculation, 171.5 plus 9.2 that would be giving us 180.7. So just verify on the approach pace, we see 180.7 tons landing weight, so that is seemingly good. The plane makes those calculations by itself. That is even more nice. Setting up for a direct route. Don't want to go direct. We have to fly the approach. Can't do directs like this. So let me also brief you about the approach. Okay. We'll brief it again once we are start our descent, but let me brief you one time. So what we are planning to do is we want to park at this gate, not this gate, parking gate number 1. Let me also highlight that one. So that's gonna be our gate, okay, for the arrival. Now 1 seems to be very close to delta, so if we are able to vacate via delta, then we'll be taxiing by a hotel towards gate number 1. Now to vacate via delta, we need to use almost half of the runway. So the runway length is almost 3,425 meters. So we have to use half of that. That would be giving us somewhere around 1,700 meters. So we have to be stopping before 1,700 meters, and the threshold is also would be some distance. So I mean, we can stop that quick if we use that amount of brakes, but be much more easier for us to just vacate via Foxtrot. We'll see about that, like, do a landing calculation afterwards. But currently what we are planning to do is we gonna approach via Sasri 11 Alpha arrival. So our star is Sasri 11 Alpha. Star is standard I think aerodrome, standard terminal arrival route or something like that. Standard terminal arrival route or something like that. So whatever it means that we're gonna do an instrument approach. So star is basically an instrument approach. We will be flying on our instruments, particularly this way, not crossing any other prohibited area. We'll follow this particular ways. Okay. So those are routes. So Sasri 11 Alpha would be our arrival. Now on Sasri you can see we have a speed constraint of 250 knots max and an altitude constraint to be at 7,900. So after maintaining those altitude and speed restriction, crossing Sasri, it continue towards Papa Yankee 621. There is a speed constraint over there as well, 230 knots and at 5,000. So we'd maintain that, then go directly to 352 heading and do Papa Yankee 434. The speed constraint is 210 knots and now altitude is 36,000. Now as far as I know, for the approach, so we're gonna approach for runway 14. So runway 17. So this one would be runway 17 end. So now if we go to the approach chart, so we are planning for the ILS approach for runway 17. Now this approach will start from Papa Yankee 434 as we would be aligning on that side particularly. So that will start from Papa Yankee 434 at 3,600. Now the glide slope capturing altitude, as far as I can see, is actually the glide slope starting altitude is 1,600. So we need to descend after that even well, okay, to Papa Yankee 432, and at Papa Yankee 432 we have to maintain max 180 knots at 2,400. Then the actual glide slope starts from Papa into 431 and 5.0 DME India Golf Echo. Identified is India Golf Echo with a frequency of 109.5. Final approach cruise is 172. And we'll be using this here 289er because it's a category C aircraft, and we do have the GS, I mean the glide slope as well. So it's not a GS out local, I mean GS out MDA. We'll be using the ILS MDA with GS. This is the glide slope guidance. Okay. 289. Now we still don't want to bust this particular altitude, so we have taken a little bit extra. So 289 plus 40, that would be giving us at around 329 feet of DA. Okay. Now the missed approach would be climb on 172 degrees to 770 feet, then turn right direct to Papa Yankee 621, climbing to 3600 or as directed. So that is also in there. Our missed approach is also in our pattern as well. We'll verify that. Now let's input the MSA. So MSA is around this thing. MSA is around ZKPY, and you can see this restricted zone. So therefore they have a particularly sharp turn for the missed approach. So to not enter this prohibited area, they are making that sharp turn because we can't enter this area. Okay, so we have to be we have to see how much this area goes, so that like we don't enter. So we will enter all these radials just a minute. Okay. So with that being done, let's hop on to the flight deck again and let's get ourselves going. So we gonna get to the plan page again. Plan page. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna get to fix info page, flight plan info, fix info page. Now our viewer reference would be around GK viewer, so Golf Tango viewer. There is a lot of radials to input, so let's get ourselves going. So G Golf Kilo, enter. Radius is the standard 25 nautical mile circle, 25, enter. Now there are two radial. First one would be at 200 and 020. So we'll be entering that 200. Enter. The second one would be at 020. So basically almost crossing the runway. Yeah, like that. The next radial would be at 260. So we can't input that. We have to calculate the particular radial because 260 would be somewhere around here, but we want it somewhere around here because the restricted zone is around somewhere around this zone. So we have to make a calculation. 260 minus 180, that would be somewhere around 160, and then minus 80, that would be 100, and then 80. So 80. Go to the fix to page. Again put in Golf Tango. Radial would be 080. Enter. 25 nautical miles circle. 020 is around there. Where is 0202? Not able to see it. I have already inputted that. 260. Let's make the calculation again. Am I making something wrong? Am I making something wrong? 260 minus 180. 80, yeah. Oh, I have inputted golf tango. Lol. That would be golf kilo. The reference fix golf kilo. Radius will be 25. I will be able to see. So if you see over this zone, particularly we over the missed approach will stay on this zone. So on this zone the MSA is around 3000, yeah, 3000. On this particular area, this small PICE area, the MSA is around 5000, and on this area, particularly this area, is totally prohibited, so we can't enter that. Seems good. Now let me show you how I am taking the temperature and the QNH. So I am going to windy, and I have already entered the identifier for our arrival. So Zulu Quebec Papa Yankee, that's the ICAO for our arrival, Pyongyang. And now going to the temperature, we just tapping in on that particular spot. That's our runway, so particularly tapping at the spot, and we can see 10 degrees centigrade. On the winds, if we tap it, then we can see 3 knots from southwards wind. So therefore we have taken runway 17 for the arrival, not the opposite end of the runway. I mean, that would be giving us headwind, or else we would be facing tailwind. We take this runway, we would be facing tailwind. We have taken 17, we would face headwind. Okay, nice. So temperature is around 10 degrees centigrade, so that is below ISR. ISR is around 15 degrees centigrade, so we can expect a little bit of greater pressure on that particular altitude, because like colder airs generally tend to have more pressure on the particularly lower altitudes. Once you climb high enough, the pressure reduces more rapidly than hotter weather. So therefore I have taken the QNH at around 1015, not much but 1015. That would be giving us pretty good estimate of the distance from ground. And once the radio altimeter kicks in, you don't need to worry about anything anyway. Let's get back to our flight deck again. Okay, now let's compute the landing calculation. Let's do the landing calculations again. So landing weight is around 180.8. 180.8. Winds would be 3 knots from south. So we'll take the southwards direction, that would be 180 at 3. Temperature we'll take 10 degree. 10. QNH 1015. Add 5 knots of speed extra. So we'll be using runway 17. Compute. So stop margin is around 1198. Landing distance required for us. So we have taken config fuel now. I mean, then we have to back it via Foxford. There is no other way. We have to back it via Foxford and taxi by hotel. So our taxiways actually gonna be something like this. So if that's the case, we're gonna take like almost 2198 meters. So we're gonna, I think we would be not be able to back it via Delta. So we have to back it via Foxford, then back it the runway via Foxford, taxi via hotel, and go towards our intended gate. Taxi via hotel, then to gate number 1. We back it from the same side, that is the left hand side. So Foxford is also on the left hand side as well. So with that, our landing briefing is done. I mean, our approach briefing and the landing calculations are all done. This table seems so good. Airbus. Approach speed is 142 knots. It is getting 141, pretty much close. There's our top of descent arriving. We make sure to descend a little bit earlier, just to give us a smooth descent. it's about. We are getting there. We are getting there. Monitor our flight now. Okay, so transition is actually at flight level 130. And that one will be cruising towards sec. Still far. About descent at about 167 nautical mile. Coming in at around 129. So we do have some few minutes. Set the standby coordinate, so 1015. Some over there. Same on our EFIS. On that will just set it. Once we are about to set it. So bring up the checklist menu. checklist once crossing flight level 120. Looks good. So we'll go to flight level 120 directly. Actually, we are entering North Korean airspace. I think we have already entered that airspace. Let's see. There is no ATC anywhere. Shenyang FIR, flying at Shenyang FIR, I think. Okaya, it's on Shenyang FIR. And Pyongyang FIR starts from Poniri. Shenyang, I think, is of China, as far as I know. Doesn't matter. There is no ATC. Okay, so top of descent is arriving. You can see it over there. There's our top of descent. Sanko will be arriving at 0122, currently 0118, so we are arriving in about 4 minutes. Seems well good. Seems well and good. Once we start our descent, we'll make sure that we do the approach checklist again. I mean, we can do it technically, but we have already done it and there's no change. So there's no matter what we do, like there's no change. So we don't need to do it technically. We've already done that. activate the approach phase at around 20,000, that is flight level 200, the approach phase. Should be activating the approach phase once we cross the transition. Do a little bit earlier. The main thing for me is, will the plane fly the missed approach correctly? That's the main thing for me right now. Okay.
Avery on 121.5, are you on the secretive? Now we'll be turning left towards our top of descent. After Samko. Top of descent is arriving in about about 73 nautical miles. That seems alright. We'll be staying on the approach page on the captain's side on the FMS1, and we'll be staying on the flight plan, the flight plan page in the first officer side. Real well they would do the opposite, but as we are on a single cockpit environment, if the ATC comes, we need to fly the directs to put those waypoints, so therefore fly it from the first officer side. And a couple of speed constraint. Just verify the speed constraints. We start our descent almost 40 nautical miles ahead of the top of descent. Also follow the descent profile as well. So let us tune the altitude at flight level 120. things are not good. You can leave it on the VNAV as well. The Airbus pretty well calculates the VNAV profile very well. You can see the VNAV profile over there. That's our VNAV profile. Isn't it good? Such a good job done by Airbus and the iniBuilds, obviously. I mean, Airbus does make this aircraft on real life, but iniBuilds have done a great job simulating all those little details. Turn on the daytime radar. Almost arriving in 40 nautical miles, 41 nautical miles right now. So we will be landing in about 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes is fine. It will require a little bit more than 30 minutes, almost 40 minutes. But yeah, we will be landing. 30 minutes are pretty good estimate. Top of descent is arriving in 70. Just until open descent. Call the other traffic. Pyongyang traffic, Air India 911 at flight level 3990 descending to flight level 120 and expecting ILS, JB runway 17 upon arrival via SAS 11 Alpha arrival. seems to be getting agitated. Descent again. So I want to follow this profile. I mean, just stay a little bit down of that profile, that's all. Okay, so let's brief our approach again. So as we are currently descending, we're gonna continue our descent. So we're gonna continue our descent via SAS 11 alpha arrival. So this one is for the SAS 11 alpha arrival. SAS 3 250 knots, and we would maintain minimum 250 knots. Below 250 knots would be much more appreciated, and at 7900 at SAS 3. Then after crossing SAS 3, we'll go to Papa Yankee 621. The speed constraint is 230 knots or below, and altitude is 5000. So after that we'll be flying downwind, straight downwind of the runway, our landing runway. So landing runway will be runway 17, so this side, and then directly to Papa Yankee 434 at 210 knots maximum, and at flight level 3600. Okay, after that our approach starts. So we are planning for the ILS runway 17 approach, and Papa Yankee 434 would be our transition at 36,000 feet, max 210 knot. So after that we'll be going down for the speed, and we'll deploy flaps, start slowly deploying flaps 1. With Papa Yankee 432 we'd cross at 180 knots at flight at 2400 feet. The glide slope starts from Papa Yankee 431, and the glide slope angle is 3.0 degrees. So standard glide slope, it's a standard glide slope at 5.0 dme outbound. Our localizer. So localizer is India Golf Echo 109.5. To verify that one as well. So that's our approach, and we are planning to arrive at Terminal 2, gate number 1. So that would be we'd vacate via Foxford and taxi via hotel. If we can vacate via Delta, then very well, we can do that. If not, then we'll vacate via Foxford, then taxi via hotel towards our gate number 1. Okay, so that's our briefing done. Okay, so now I just gonna hop onto the flight deck again. Seems like we have a little bit of clouds happening around here. Seems like we're gonna face some clouds. Let's get a holding on SAS 3 because we are a little bit above the profile, or we can also apply the spoilers. Okay, let's do the PA now. Hello passengers, this is your first officer speaking for the flight deck again. Currently we are coming in to land at our destination Pyongyang, and we are going to land in about 30 minutes from now on. Current weather I don't know because there's no meter published over there, but we expect fairly nice weather, but we are planning for a ILS instrument approach, so weather doesn't matter for us anyway. And I will inform you once we land at the ground. So with that being said, please enjoy the landing, and we'll see you on the ground. Thank you. So that is briefing done. Now we are finding ourselves much more on that profile that we desperately want to be at. Okay, now we are entering the clouds layer. It's quite normal. All star speed. And we have entered clouds. Turn on the landing lights. We are entering the clouds. So get the speed down. Below 140. So C is at flight level 0791. Now we need some spoilers, so deploy that. And there you can see a fairly like weather situation going on around here. I will be concentrating on the landing right now, so I won't be able to see any new chat. Okay, passing transition set to local 1015. Office as well 1015. Now the objective in this kind of weather is just to land. We don't want to make smooth landings, just want to land the aircraft, that's all. So we need a little bit more. Driving. Okay, now after Sasri we'd go to flight level 050, that is 5000 feet.
should maintain the speed. So let's get to 230 knots. Now do the approach checklist. Approach. Bar reference set to QNH local 1015. Seatbelts. Turn them on. Minimums are set to Barrow 329. Runway conditions are dry as far as we know. Autoplay is set medium. So that leads us to activate our approach. Confirm, and we're on the approach. So it's complete. So we need to do the landing checklist right now. It's the landing checklist, that's all. Okay, so we directly go to 3600 because it's on a managed descent, that it will follow our VNAV profile therefore. The thing I need to do is manage the speed, that's all. Again. And we have a bit of rain as well. We'll do the landing checklist real quick. Try to wait and then compute. Send that data towards our plan. Good. Let's get it down to 210 knots. To reduce a little bit early on, get us a little bit more time. Get directly to the grid log speed. Seems like we have some great tailwinds. We do have quite a bit of weather right now. Rain showers coming in. I was not hoping for that, but here we are. Now we are on the final approach, so we'll just open the ALICE charts real quick. Okay, 360 and below 210 knots while crossing Papa Yankee 434. Seems good. Now let's get that down to 2400. Okay, speed check, flaps 1. Sure that we do these things a little early, because otherwise we're not gonna get enough time. get the gear down. That will increase the drag as well. Speed check. Flaps 2.
2,500.
Checked. And now we are on the approach. On both the autopilot. We are setting it a little bit early on because I don't want to mess things up. We will advise the cabin. And set the flaps for the landing. Speed check. Go to minus speed. Okay. That seems everything is done. Let's set the missed approach altitude. So missed approach altitude would be climbing to 3600. So Lockstar, Glasgow is also captured. So let's tell the other traffic. Pyongyang traffic, Air India 911 inbound to land currently on 4.2 DME final for Alice runway 17. Landing checklist. Landing checklist complete. And we only have cabin ready, but that's normal. I don't know, I have already advised the cabin. Let's disengage the autopilot, slide down manually.
$500.
Check.
$400.
Check.
$300.
And we can see the
200.
approach light.
$100.
Sync rate.
60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard,
A little bit.
10, 5,
There we go. Reverses, green, spoilers around, reset. Okay, so we'll disengage the auto brake. That was not the weather I was looking for, but here we are, safe on the ground. That's what matters. Is far from what I was expecting, so we are bracketed by a delta. That's quite good. Let's bracket the whole runway and then see about our taxiways. Turn on the windscreen wipers. Turn on the APU as well. Smart aircraft don't need to wait 3 seconds. Okay, after landing checklist. Flaps. Pull them up. Spoilers. Protected. We can't even see our gates. This one is 3. Continue our taxi. Oh, the visibility, dude. The visibility is white. I was not expecting that, to be honest. This one is 1. So we just turn around. Turn on the taxi lights as well. Lights are already on. Now we'll go to surveillance and also turn on the gas. Stop the clock. So I don't have GSX. Please help me to buy GSX. But still. Let's get outside because we can't park in these situations. Oh, we're good. We are good. Let's see that ZKPY. That should be somewhere around there. We should be stopping. So let's get outside and see. Little bit on the left, maybe. There we go. So we can actually engage the parking brakes. Verify that APU is on. Go to the APU page again, and APU is available, so we'll just turn off the engines. We can turn on the wipers as well. Okay. So with that being done, we'll see our landing legs a little bit later on. But we will just turn the TCAS to standby as well. Nice. After then, WXR, predictive wind shear, and we'll also turn off the terrain. That being done, parking. Wind lights are already off. Fuel pumps. Parking brake and chocks are set. Verify the pressure. Seems good. It's complete. So now we can start the deboarding. So let's tell our passengers. Hello passengers, this is your first speaking from the flight deck. Welcome to Pyongyang, and we have just landed and taxied towards our gate number 1. And current weather, as you have guessed, during the landing was a little bit scary, to be honest with you. There was rains and gusting winds, but we have landed safely, and that's what it matters. Current temperature outside is around 10 degrees centigrade, with clouds now shifting, and you can also see the sunlight coming in right now. So weather is changing a bit, and I mean, with that being said, I hope that you will enjoy the landing, and I hope that you will enjoy flying with Air India again. So with that being said, this deboard as instructed by the cabin crew, and I hope that we will see you again on the flight flying Air India. Thank you. Okay, so that let's do everything. Now we can actually go to ground. Can I call the gateway, please? Gateway. Can I connect? Gateway is connecting. That seems quite good. With that, passengers would be deloaded, and here you can see the gap. So still can't afford G6. I have to be flying like this for quite a while now. You can see actually how much the weather is changing time. Now it's like very clear. But sometime earlier it was so damp, cloudy and rainy. So weather is like this. If you have DAF
or the terminal aerodrome forecast, then you can estimate and hold. Because if I didn't know that the weather was gonna clear, because there is no meter, no tap, nothing around here. So I have to just guess and do it. I mean, do the landing, because I was not sure if the weather would be clearing or not. If I have got that information on the tab that the weather is going to be cleared at around some time, so I'd much prefer holding over the Pyongyang for some time, let the weather clear, and then descend for our final approach. But it seems like we have done. It was really good landing as well. It was a little hard, but the main objective, as I have said, that was to land the aircraft safely. Landed at the touchdown zone of the center line. We have just missed the center line because there were some winds also coming in. So we have missed the center line by a bit, but overall the landing was pretty good. You can also see it on the PA as well. I mean the volant as well. I've connected the volant after that dude have asked me. Connected on the volant as well. So now let me first disconnect on the network. So first we will disconnect from the back SIM, and we will disconnect from the iView a little bit later on, but effectively not gonna disconnect. So I am gonna also show you the landing review, I mean replay of the landing. So first things first, we need to deboard the aircraft. So our flight time was 5 hours and 15 minutes. And the estimated was around 5 hours 42. So we have arrived a little bit earlier, to be honest. Let us deboard the aircraft first, and then we will be doing our landing. Set the chokes. Again is already on.
being able to set the chokes. Power would be much preferable. And have V6. Help me buy that. Enough money to invest in GSX. Why that door is closed? I mean open. This door is open. This was lavatory maybe. The lavatory stuck seems a little glitchy. It doesn't know where it should be. So it's just loading the lavatory directly inside the cabin. You can see it's loading directly inside the cabin. Nice. Seems a little glitchy. Just request the catering service to end. It seems like without GSX MSFS default catering service and the truck seems to be not working properly. This aircraft don't have GSX, that's the main problem. Have enough money to buy that. With GSX it would be much easier for me to do the unloading. So let's review our landing. We'll also disconnect on IVO because I don't want to mess with other people. So now I will load the replay. So let me just so with that done, and let's review our flight. So this. I just want to show the volanta.
landing rates of the Volanta. So how to just show that to you. Now it seems fine. Okay. So this one is the Volanta. So it captures my landing rate. So I will go to the last flight. This was my last flight. Okay. Now we have landed on the just behind the touchdown zone. That's the touchdown zone. Landed a little bit on the left, but that's not a huge problem because there was also crosswind which was coming in, and landed at around 226 feet per minute. Main objective was just to land the aircraft properly and just stop as quick as possible. So we have vacated. We was able to vacate via Delta and just taxi to hotel and then park at gate number 1 as we was hoping for. That was quite good for the passengers. Okay, it's quite a nice landing and the safe landing. Like the main thing was the wind was dragging me on towards this thing. I mean, it was dragging me towards the left side. So I had to keep in some rudders, push in some rudders to just maintain the center line. Just trying to maintain the center line, and the weather now it's like real good. But during that particular time was so bad. I was not even hoping for that. Like, it's not even like hoping that the weather gonna be so bad during the arrival. But it changes so much. I think the clouds have shifted over to there. And the main thing is this kind of airport doesn't feature a terminal airport, aerodrome forecast and TAF and META. Therefore you can't like get what should be the weather or what's gonna be the weather. So you have to just guess and do it. If I have got the TAF and the META, then I'd much prefer to hold for like 1 to 2 holding pattern, fly in 1 to 2 holdings before trying to land, because that would have cleared the weather. We had enough fuel for the holding as well. That would have cleared the weather very much, and then we would have landed. But as you can guess, there was no META, no TAF, nothing. So to just rely on that. And the QNH what I have given 1015 seems like it's the correct one, because airport no it's not the correct one. The correct QNH should be somewhere around, airport elevation is 89, so it's somewhere around 1006 or 1007. Should be somewhere around 1006 or 1007. Just see this QNH 100 is actually reported at 31st. So therefore it's not of the current one. So that seems we can end the flight now. So go to the secure checklist. is on. You can turn on the APU blade as well, because we have already crossed 3 minutes upon the landing. So after that we'll turn off the ADRs in sequence. 3, 2, and then 1. Verify all the passengers and deboard it. I mean, can't deboard anyone because we don't have the proper deboarding setup. MSFS doesn't like to deboard them. Can't request them to deboard via MSFS menu. So with that, we'll just turn off the fuel supply. Exterior lights, navigation can go off, beacon is already off, strobe can go off, logo can go off. Exterior lights are all off, ground services as required, check, external powers. We have GPU, I think. Yeah, we do have GPU connected. External powers, and we'll just avail the power. Now we'll turn off the APU. Before turning off, we have to we'll watch the APU, wait for the APU flaps to close. Currently it's open. So I think it takes some time to close the flap. Wait for the flaps to close. It takes some time to close the flaps. It's quite normal. I think flaps are closing here. You can also listen to the sound. Sound is also getting down. So that means the flap is closing. Wait for the flaps to close. Flaps moving. And flaps are closed. That means that we can now turn off the batteries. So turn off the batteries. First battery 2, emergency. We are currently connected to the GPU power, therefore there is this displays the PFD, the MFD and the NDS are working, but once we disconnect the GPU, the ground power, everything will go down, turn black. So let's just do that. That will shut down the aircraft. Nice. Now we need to also verify actually that the chokes are in place, but the chokes was not
coming, so I can't do anything much about that. So we have to rely on the parking brakes. And with that, our flight is completed. Okay. So we have to jump over here and onto the gates. That's quite beautiful. That's quite beautiful flight. Quite a beautiful flight. So let me end the stream now. See you again on the next one. I'm just taking some screenshots so that post them on the servers. So with that, we'll just stop the streaming, and I wish that you have enjoyed the flight if you see this. So I will see you on the next one of the Dangerous World 2, where I think we'll be keeping you informed about that. So let's just complete and conclude.